Hello, this is Lisa, CEO of Sight for White, welcoming you to this week's Talking News on Saturday, the 25th of March 2023. This week saw our first new social group called Eye on Social, where an external speaker comes in once a month and talks to our members. This week, Michael Durrant attended, and he gave a very interesting and quite hilarious talk on how things had changed through the ages. The next one is being held on April the 26th. It is always the fourth Wednesday of the month, and it's always held at Millbrook House. If you'd like to attend, don't hesitate to get in touch with Susan on 522205. Sadly, also this week, many of the staff attended the funeral of one of our members who sadly passed away. Everybody, stay safe. I've heard on the grapevine that COVID is back, but in a much milder form. Thank you, Lisa, CEO, Sight for White.
This is Alison reading an article from the Island Echo entitled Shanklin Holiday Park wants guests to be able to party for longer. An Isle of Wight holiday park is looking to sell alcohol later, play live music longer and stay open until the early hours. Parkdean Resorts has applied to the Isle of Wight Council to vary its premises licence for Landguard Holiday Park in Shanklin. If approved, it could mean alcohol bought at the site could be consumed off the premises 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to midnight. At the moment, alcohol can only be sold if consumed on site. In its application, the National Holiday Park Operator, which has 4 sites on the island, is also looking to amend how early alcohol can be sold. It also wants to bring forward the time plays, dance performances and live music indoors can start from 10 a.m. to midnight 7 days a week. It is also asking that the holiday park can stay open half an hour later every day, opening to the public from 10 a.m. to midnight 30 the following day. Parkdean is also proposing the late night refreshment offer be extended to 2300 hours to midnight Monday to Sunday. No reasoning on the application form is given for the proposed changes. It is hoped the change can be made as soon as possible. Anyone wishing to make representation can do so until the 7th of April. They can be made by email to licensing@iow.gov.uk or by post to the Licensing Authority, Isle of Wight Council Licensing Section, Jubilee Stores, The Quay, Newport, PO 30 2EH.
This article is read by Howard and is from the Island Echo and is to do with the Maritime Volunteer Service. The Isle of Wight unit of the Maritime Volunteer Service has been officially thanked for their community service following the death of Her Majesty the Queen last year. The volunteers are all part of the national charity, which has 20 units around the UK coastline and inland waterways. In addition, the unit's uniformed volunteers are often called on to help in local resilience situations such as floods, oil spillages, and helping with public events such as the 10-day mourning period for Her Majesty the Queen. During this time, members assisted the council and were deployed at Church Lytton Park between 8 and 1800 every day to help with inquiries from the public and to assist them with the laying of flowers. Head of the unit, David Dobson, said, "Many people wanted to talk to us about Her Majesty, and some asked us to lay their flowers on their behalf. We had some very interesting and emotional conversations. We were also impressed by the many amazing sympathy cards made by local children. We collected them each day to prevent them getting damaged overnight and returned them the following day for the public to see. On the final day, the cards were boxed up and returned to the council to go into the archives." To acknowledge the work the unit did, the volunteers were invited, together with the local resilience management team, to attend a function at the Island Sailing Club with the Isle of Wight High Sheriff Kay Marriott. MVS members were presented with certificates to thank them in recognition of great and valuable service to the community. The High Sheriff also commented that the Maritime Volunteer Service were now part of the island's history. The unit also attended a service at Newport Minster, where they assisted and formed a guard of honour for the Lord Lieutenant and other dignitaries.
This is Paula reading an article from Isle of Wight Radio. Bob Seely urges funding uplift for public service. Isle of Wight MP Bob Seely has urged Prime Minister Rishi Sunak to resolve a 50-year issue of support for local services on the island. The Isle of Wight is the only island in Britain not to receive additional funding due to its geographic isolation. The Isles of Scilly receive a multiplier of 1.5 and Scottish Islands benefit from a special islands needs allowance. For the financial years 2022 to 2023 and 2023 to 24, the government agreed to provide an additional £2 million to the Isle of Wight Council in recognition of the additional costs it bears for being an island separated by sea. However, a fairer and permanent funding solution is being sought by the island's MP. Speaking during Prime Minister's questions on Wednesday, Mr Seely said, "The island has been getting a better deal in recent years, and I thank the Prime Minister for that, especially before he was Prime Minister, when he was working with me in different roles in government to make that happen. However, it remains the only sizable island in the UK without a fixed link and separated from the mainland by sea, which does not receive a funding uplift to support local government services. This injustice has been ongoing now for 50 years. All the evidence shows that it costs more to provide local services on an island than on the mainland. Will the Prime Minister work with me and his ministers to overcome this injustice this year?" The island's MP also spoke at length about this issue during a parliamentary debate on Monday. In response to the question put directly to him today, the Prime Minister said, "The Isle of Wight Council will benefit from a 10% increase in funding in cash terms for the next financial year and has been awarded an additional £1 million in recognition of the unique circumstances of the island. I will ensure he gets a meeting with the Minister for Local Government to carry on the good work that he and I started and make sure his local constituents get the support they need." Mr Seely will be meeting with the local government minister next week to discuss the issue further.
This is an article from the Island Echo, read by Terry. £10 million community diagnostic centre to provide first-class care from mid-2024. Islanders will have better access to tests and treatment thanks to a new £10 million community diagnostic centre, that's to be known as a CDC, at St Mary's Hospital in Newport. The new centre will significantly expand diagnostic capacity on the island, meaning faster access and earlier diagnosis, improving outcomes for people with serious long-term health conditions such as cancer, stroke, and cardiovascular disease. It will be co-located with the outpatient department, meaning that the Trust will be able to offer more one-stop services, booking tests and consultations at the same time. Islanders will wait less time for tests and procedures that help diagnose conditions and lead to more comprehensive treatment plans, and this will reduce the number of times people will have to come to the hospital. NHS England and the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Integrated Care Board have approved the business case that will see the new £10 million diagnostic centre open in mid-2024. Joe Smith, Chief Operating Officer, Isle of Wight NHS Trust, said, "This is fantastic news for our community. The latest investment into our island's NHS services will mean faster access to tests that can detect serious illness, allowing treatment and recovery plans to commence as soon as possible. We want to get the most out of this centre and use it to provide opportunities for people to explore careers in healthcare. We are committed to working with the local authority and other healthcare partners to encourage young people to take up roles and make the island more self-sufficient in care delivery." The CDC will provide GPs and outpatients greater access to a wider range of local diagnostic testing, including cardiac and respiratory physiology measurements and bone densitometry, alongside CT, ultrasound, general imaging, and a small procedures room for undertaking same-day biopsies and cystoscopies. New artificial intelligence endoscopy scopes have already been procured and will improve detection of polyps and cancer, as well increasing access to testing later this year. Sleep studies, spirometry and lung function testing, along with echocardiograph and ambulatory blood pressure monitoring, will also help to identify early warning signs for illnesses such as asthma, lung cancer, hypertension, strokes and heart attacks. Bob Seeley, MP, said, "I am delighted Government has committed £10 million for a community diagnostic centre on the island. This centre will provide islanders with quicker access to tests, scans and checks, helping to reduce waiting lists and enabling quicker diagnoses, which ultimately will save more lives. This investment is in addition to the £48 million Government has already committed to improving healthcare service for islanders, which includes the improvement works currently underway at St Mary's, all part of getting a better deal for the island."
This is Alison reading an article from the Isle of Wight Radio entitled Newport's Bewley Respite named Island Roads Charity of the Year for 2023. Island Roads staff have chosen Bewley Respite as their Charity of the Year. It will mean the Newport-based centre, which supports Isle of Wight disabled children and their families, will receive the proceeds raised by Island Roads staff from a variety of planned events over the coming year. Bewley, which is the only disabled children's overnight respite centre on the island, was chosen as Island Roads Charity of the Year after a staff vote. Staff and volunteers from Bewley visited Island Roads HQ at Dodner recently to meet staff and to talk more about the vital support they provide. LB Todd from Island Roads Fundraising Committee said, "Staff here were both impressed and moved by the support that Bewley provide for deserving youngsters and their families. We are really excited about raising as much money as we can for this fantastic centre." Tony Wake, chairman of Bewley Respite, added, "It was great to meet the people at Island Roads and to talk more about the crucial work we undertake at Bewley. Bewley Respite is a registered charity supporting the children and young people at Bewley House in Newport. Our charity has no paid staff as we work on a voluntary basis, so almost every penny raised goes directly to make the children's lives nicer. We are delighted to have Island Roads behind us this year."
This article is from the Island Echo and is read by Howard and is concerned with swimming lessons for young people on the Isle of Wight. More island youngsters have been given the opportunity to take the plunge and learn to swim with the Isle of Wight Council's One Leisure service. The local authority increased the number of places available for junior swimming lessons at One Leisure Medina Newport to meet the growing demand. With almost 1,000 youngsters already participating in swimming lessons run by the council, the extra capacity has meant even more children and young people have been able to access this valuable life skill. In recent weeks, 55 youngsters have joined the council's swimming lesson programme, with extra spaces being provided on Saturdays, the most popular day for children's swimming lessons. While there is currently a short waiting list for Stage 1 beginner classes, spaces are still available for those with previous swimming experience or young swimmers who want to improve stroke technique or advance on existing skills. The centre holds swim tests to ensure each child fits into the correct ability class from their first lesson. Councillor Julie Jones-Evans, Cabinet Minister responsible for leisure centres, said, "Being confident and safe in the water is one of the best ways to get the most out of living on the Isle of Wight. Everybody loves a sunny day at the beach." Swimming is a fantastic life skill. Not only does it help your child enjoy the water, but it can also help prevent drowning, develop fine motor skills, and encourage a healthy lifestyle. While spending time in the water is always great fun, it has other benefits too. Safety. By learning to swim, your child becomes equipped with water skills that increase water safety. Health. Swimming increases strength, endurance, flexibility and balance, as well as enhancing heart and lung condition. Fun. Easily the main reason for teaching your child how to swim is its fun. All of the council's swimming lessons are in line with the Swim England Learn to Swim pathway, a 7-stage comprehensive, integrated and progressive teaching programme based on technical and educational principles. For more information about the swimming stages, visit www.swimming.org, where each of the stages is described in detail.
This is Paula reading an article from the Isle of Wight Radio. Islanders invited to claim free trees and help Woodland Trust fight climate change. The Woodland Trust is urging Isle of Wight schools and communities to join the fight against climate change, the nature loss by taking advantage of its latest tree pack giveaway. The initiative aims to help the Trust reach a remarkable 5 million free trees planted across the United Kingdom since 2020. There are 2,115 trees available via 10 island organisations. Applications for the charity's ever-popular free tree pack scheme are open now, and schools and community groups are needed to push up the numbers of trees planted by 800,000 to reach a whopping 5 million. Woodland Trust Senior Project Lead Vicky Badley said, "We're so proud of the number of free trees we've been able to give away, knowing they'll be planted where they can really make a difference, in school grounds and out in the community. We're in the grip of a climate and nature crisis which can't be overcome without concerted action, so I'd urge every school or community group who can get involved and plant more trees. Applying is easy, and all saplings are fully funded for those receiving the trees in our autumn delivery in November. All you need is time and a small piece of land to plant on." The last round of the Trust's free tree pack scheme in the spring of 2023 delivered a total of 540,630 saplings to 3,272 organisations across the UK, including 42,150 trees to 248 schools and community groups in the south of England. The Woodland Trust is committed to planting another 50 million native trees across the UK by 2030 and is urging people to get behind our mission to plant more trees and help us create a greener world. The Trust's tree packs have been generously funded by lead partners Sainsbury's, Lloyds Bank, OVO Energy, Bank of Scotland and Sofology. The UK's largest woodland conservation charity has given away 13.9 million trees since 2010.
This is an article from the Island Echo, read by Terry. Maritime Skills Academy announces new 3-year training partnership with Red Funnel. The Maritime Skills Academy has announced a new 3-year training partnership with Red Funnel and welcomes the Isle of Wight ferry firm as the first users of their second full mission 270-degree bridge simulator. The new partnership will enhance Red Funnel's performance and safety. Red Funnel will be joining the portfolio of clients including Carnival UK, Windstar Cruises, P&O Ferries and Virgin Voyages, who currently train in the state-of-the-art facilities in Portsmouth. Maritime Skills Academies at MSA's new simulator features Wärtsilä Transar NT-Pro software and is capable of recreating any scenario using an extensive library of ships' models and port areas, which will allow Red Funnel staff to train on both high-speed and car ferry routes, featuring a number of scenarios and challenges. Leanna Lakes, Operations Director at Red Funnel, has said the Bridge Resource Management, which is BRM, courses are focused on standardising our procedures and ensuring our deck officers and deck crew continue to develop their expertise. It's a world-leading facility, and the team at MSA have worked with us to create a bespoke BRM course that reflects our procedures and area of operation. Our team will benefit greatly from this new simulator and the variety of exercises available, which are vital to keeping our crew and passengers safe on their journeys with Red Funnel. Director of Training and Simulation at the MSA, Captain Josip Kulas, adds, "At MSA Portsmouth, we are dedicated to improving the safety and effectiveness of maritime operations through innovative training methods. Red Funnel's team of professionals are highly skilled and experienced, but, as with any complex and high-risk industry, continuous improvement is vital. We will assist their team to develop and practice their situation awareness, communication, decision-making and teamwork skills." Red Funnel BRM training scenarios will combine high-speed craft operations and car ferries as part of the same exercise. The scenarios are placed in Red Funnel's ships' usual routes, replicating their day-to-day operations, but of course with added challenges. We are honoured to be part of this cooperation and look forward to the positive impact this collaboration will have on the maritime industry as a whole.
This is Alison reading an article from Isle of Wight Radio entitled New Deal to Support Special Needs Provision on Isle of Wight. A multi-million-pound funding boost has been secured by the Isle of Wight Council to help support island children and young people with special educational needs and disabilities, SEND. The news comes in the same month the government accepted a major bid by the council to build a new special needs school on the island. Friday's announcement will see an additional £12.7 million invested in local SEND services over the next 5 years, the result of a safety valve deal between the council and the Department for Education. As part of the agreement, the council must deliver a balanced school budget by 2027, ensuring in-year spend matches in-year grant funding. The council has drafted a comprehensive set of proposals to ensure the focus stays on meeting the needs of the island's most vulnerable children by investing in early intervention, but also supports mainstream schools to enable greater inclusion and targeted support. The plans are designed to maximise value for money to ensure services are sustainable. The proposals will see an emphasis on meeting needs early rather than waiting for statutory assessment, investing in training and helpful resources for school staff, a new special needs support line for school staff, a new island-based primary behaviour service to support schools around behaviour management strategies, greater support in annual meetings for children with special educational needs, continuing the rollout of electronic education, health and care plans, EHCPS, ensuring that financial support for each EHCP is right-sized to ensure individual objectives are met, increasing the number of SEND caseworkers, increasing the number of specialist placements on the island through the creation of a new SEN school and more resource provision places, a new employability hub to create better pathways for young people into supported internships and apprenticeships, additional post-16 placements through the creation of a new independence hub. The plans are in the early stage of development, and the council will work with parents, professionals and young people to shape them. Councillor Debbie Andre, Cabinet Member for Children's Services, Education and Lifelong Skills, said, "This agreement will enable the council to continue to prioritise and support children and young people with special educational needs, working with providers and parents. We aim to be there to provide the right level of support at the right time at every step of a young person's journey, and we work to ensure we make the right arrangements for children in our community."
This article is read by Howard, is from the Island Echo, and is concerned with the West Acre Park decision. Confusion in the Isle of Wight Council chamber has led to a further delay for a major housing development on the outskirts of Ryde. The West Acre Park development, which will bring over 470 much-needed homes to the Ryde area, was due to be discussed by the Council's Planning Committee earlier this week after further issues with the scheme were raised. They related to a loss of habitat for curlews, and the Planning Committee was due to discuss whether mitigating factors, including a green space elsewhere, would be appropriate and allow the development to proceed once again. The application has been held in waiting since July 2021, when approval was given to grant planning application, but due to legal matters being discussed, that has not been done, now 17 months later. The application was not even debated by the committee, as questions were raised about whether councillors were considering just the matters relating to curlews or the entire planning application. A number of councillors commented they had misunderstood the papers, and it was their view the only matter due to be discussed was the curlew issue. Officers clarified the whole application was being considered, as well as the additional matter of the curlew. Councillor Peter Spink said it was impossible for councillors to do justice in considering the application, as they may not have read all the documents and were not prepared. The original report on West Acre Park, presented to the committee in 2021, was not included in the papers for yesterday's meeting, but was linked in the online version. Councillor Chris Jarman said it had been some time since reading the original documents, so he's not fully prepared to discuss the entire application at that time. Local ward councillor Michael Lilly said he came to the committee on the basis of discussing the curlews and was shocked they were looking at the application in its entirety. Chris Potter, the councillor's monitoring officer, said as it was thought further information was thought to be needed, the right thing to do would be to defer the application. On a vote, 8 councillors voted for a deferral and 2 voted against, which means the decision will be made in April now instead.
This is Paula reading another article from the Isle of Wight Radio. Victoria Barracks to be transformed as part of £5.8 million East Cowes regeneration plan. A derelict former royal barracks on the Isle of Wight looks set to be transformed into an education and training facility as part of a £5.8 million regeneration plan for East Cowes. The Victoria Barracks on the Esplanade has been earmarked as a new base for UKSA. The Isle of Wight Council's Planning Committee unanimously voted to give the building its new lease of life after Councillor Chris Jarman said it was an uncontroversial application. Concerns were raised about the back of the building, which currently has a single-storey extension jutting above a brick wall and was branded unsightly. Councillor Jeff Brodie said the proposals did not address the problem and proposed side extensions on the building, which would need to be in line with the existing building, were not necessary and would detract from the characterful building. Councillor Vanessa Churchman also thought the back of the building was extremely ugly and didn't want to see a dreadful monstrosity of glass as roof lights are to be replaced and windows replaced. She said, "It might not be a listed building, but it is beautiful and it has been ruined enough." Councillor Brodie said he had no problem with the proposed future of the building, but was very disappointed with the plan for what has been a very attractive building. He said the barracks looked dreadful now and he did not think it would look much better in the future. Councillor Brodie thought it was a missed opportunity to enhance the building and reach its full capacity. Planning officers said the positives of the scheme needed to be balanced against the perceived negatives, like the back of the building. The barracks were built in 1872 to accommodate Queen Victoria's troops and have most recently been used as a set for a TV show but stood derelict in recent years. Cabinet Member for Regeneration, Councillor Julie Jones-Evans, said it was just one element of the wider East Cowes waterfront improvement strategy and, along with other applications due to be considered at a later date, would deliver on the levelling up promise for the town.
This is an article from the Island Echo, read by Terry. Local sailors appointed to lead non-professional teams in global yacht race. 4 sailors from the South Coast have been appointed to lead teams around the globe in the upcoming Clipper Round the World Yacht Race, including 2 from the Isle of Wight. 35-year-old Josh Strickland and 29-year-old Max Rivers have been selected alongside 28-year-old James Finney from Southampton and 54-year-old Mike Miller from Portsmouth. Following a grueling selection process, the sailors joined 7 other skippers from the UK, South Africa, Uruguay and the Netherlands, who will be responsible for forming teams of amateur sailors and safely leading them as they race 40,000 around the globe on the upcoming Clipper 2023-24 race. The Global Yacht Race sees adventurers from all walks of life take on the exceptional challenge of racing across the world's oceans on board a 70-foot yacht. Many race crew have no prior sailing experience before undertaking the intensive compulsory 4-week training program and go on to tackle some of the most challenging conditions that Mother Nature can serve up. James, Josh, Max and Mike are no strangers to the Clipper race. Mike and Josh were both skippers during the previous edition of the biennial event, and both James and Max were supporting skippers as first mates and are stepping up to lead a team for the first time. For Josh Strickland, who first took to the water aged 10, it was with the Prince's Trust and UKSA's support that he qualified as a water sports instructor, then a professional sailor, and he has never looked back, logging over 150,000 nautical miles during his career to date. On returning for a second consecutive edition, the Clipper race skipper is enthusiastic about once again developing novice sailors into ocean racers and hopefully achieving some solid results in the process. Josh said, "I have missed the racing element and the thrill of forming a competitive race team. The vast conditions keep you on your toes. In the South Atlantic, we had 86 knots, that's 98 mile an hour wind speed, crept up on us in a matter of hours. As the skipper, you need to be as positive as possible. You don't have to have that in any other sailing role. Your morale makes a real difference every single day." Max, who has a wealth of sailing experience and a degree in adventure education, has been sailing since the age of 13. He similarly has his eyes set on success. As Clipper race first mate, his team, Go to Bermuda, managed to secure 3 podium positions during the last 6 races of the 2019-20 edition. Going forward as skipper, this will be something he'll be looking to exceed when the 2023-4 edition gets underway this summer. Max said, "I think setting that culture early on is so important. The culture that we race hard and race well, but also that we work for each other and we look after one another."
Good morning, everybody. This is Imelda reading your paper today.
Good morning, everyone, and this is John, also reading the paper today. We start with this week's Society News. Swimming is on Monday this week at Medina Pool between 1:15 p.m. and 2:15 p.m. The cost is £5 plus transport. We have exclusive use of the whole pool for our members to enjoy. Please note this is the last weekly session until April 17th due to school holidays. There is yoga this Tuesday at Millbrook between 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. The cost is £3 to include refreshments. Coffee and chat will be on Wednesday between 10 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. here at Millbrook House. Please come along and chat with members, friends and staff. This week we have Sandy from Health Watch coming along to talk to members about their work on the island. Our Striders group meet on Friday for their monthly stride. This month they are meeting at the Yarbridge Brading for a circular walk. If you wish to know more details, please call the office. On Wednesday afternoon, our new group, Ion Social, met for the first time at Millbrook House. 21 members, volunteers and friends of the charity enjoyed an entertaining talk by Mr. Michael Durrant and his talk entitled For Better, For Worse. Laughter filled the room listening to his stories of times past, and it was lovely to see people having an enjoyable time. So thanks go to Michael for coming along and to everyone who attended. Hopefully we will see you on the 26th of April when we will have a talk on the NCI Needles Watch.
Advance notice of our King's coronation party on Thursday, May the 4th at the Wendes Hall, St John's Road, Newport, between 2 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. Afternoon tea will be served along with entertainment. The cost is £5. Once again, this is open to all members, volunteers, family and friends. Numbers are limited. Further details will follow. We are pleased to say our wonderful Easter chicks and bunnies are now available from Millbrook House. We are making a donation of £2, which includes a chocolate egg. If you would like 1 or 2 for family and friends, please do not hesitate to call the office. This is an advance notice for your diary that our catch-up and feedback for our members is on the 12th of April at 11:45. Please come along and support. This is an opportunity to give us feedback on the services we provide and any suggestions you may have. If you are unable to make it to Millbrook House, please call us with any ideas and we can take them to the meeting. For any information of the activities or events mentioned, please do not hesitate to call the office on 522205.
And here are the news items. Is new plan just what the doctor ordered? A special report by Lucy Morgan. A prescription is being written that could provide long-term treatment for the training and recruitment of GPs for the island. GP practices on the Isle of Wight are snowed under. They're getting hundreds and hundreds of phone calls every day and the pressure is huge, said Peter Rudd, business manager for One Wight Health. He told the county press this. Plans for a proposed University of Portsmouth Medical School are moving forward with an aim to launch a 4-year postgraduate course starting September 2024. The school's trainee doctors would be sent to the island for 20-week placements in their 3rd year, possibly as early as September 2026. 5 local doctors' surgeries have already agreed in principle to host the students, while the support of more is being sought. Championing the project, Dr. Donna Glyde, a Portsmouth-based GP, said, "For this to be a success, we need GP surgeries to express an interest. We need them to be willing. Help train them so we can show the General Medical Council, GMC, we've got capacity in the region to have a medical school. GPs are pivotal. Greater uptake increases the chance of funding, of GMC support, and of GPs staying on the island when they graduate," she said. GP's work is changing, explained Patrick Legg, practice manager at Ryde's Tower House Surgery, who is backing the University of Portsmouth Medical School project. When patients talk to a receptionist, they are signposted to the most appropriate clinician. That might not always be a GP. It can be confusing, especially for patients expecting to see a doctor within 24 hours, but Patrick insisted a GP sometimes isn't the best option. If you've had an ongoing problem for many months, that maybe doesn't make it urgent on that day. We can manage that differently and see patients at a future appointment, he said. Where GPs are vital is in making the system run smoothly, managing a growing network of specialists, including physios, pharmacists, paramedics, and skilled practitioners, said Patrick. We need to be able to deliver more appointments for our patients. We are able to recruit other healthcare professionals, but they need a GP to advise them when they are seeing patients. Having a medical school in Portsmouth is going to help us retain and recruit GPs. It's absolutely key for us to meet our demand. Dr. Michelle Legg, Senior Partner at Tower House Surgery and Clinical Director for the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Integrated Care Service, also supports the plan, saying it would mean better access to quality care for patients. Of course, neither the island nor the NHS is unique in experiencing recruitment problems. In fact, the proposed medical school was inspired by a dearth of GPs in Portsmouth because graduates are more likely to stay where they trained. Former practice manager Peter Rudd said One White Health, a federation of GP surgeries, sees that firsthand. You can do as many expensive adverts in the specialist press as you like. You get zero response. Practices recruit through personal contact, often through someone having trained at a practice. If you take a trainee that knows you and who trained and lived on the Isle of Wight, they are much more likely to stay. Patrick said, having a longer placement means students will get to know the island a bit better. They won't just be coming over for a few weeks, they'll be living here, they'll buy in. Peter Rudd said after COVID-19, patients want issues dealt with more quickly because they are fearful. Telephone appointments have created more demand and often patients make a second call because they don't have the same level of confidence as they do face-to-face. So, who are these new trainee doctors? Could it be you? Perhaps you live locally, didn't quite get the A-level grades you needed for medical school the first time, but you did really well on a science degree. There may also be Isle of Wight paramedics or advanced practitioners who deep down have a desire to go to medical school. They are the sort of people who could apply, said Dr. Glyde. She added, general practice is unique because you look after people from the cradle to the grave. There's not much I wouldn't have heard of. GPs are so well placed to train because we see and look after everyone.
Jewel of the South. The Jewel of the South, the TV series starring the Isle of Wight, is rapidly becoming the Jewel in the Crown for Channel 5. The programme, featuring the island personalities and businesses, has been extended for another 2 episodes after ratings have proved a huge success for the station. Last week, it was in the top 6 of the channel's regular programmes, with Mark McMullen, executive producer at Daisy Beck Studios, confirming the series has proven to be rating success with the viewers, and we are delighted that an extended run will allow us to showcase more seasonal stories from this beautiful island. The success of the series has already provided a positive impact on the island's tourism for the forthcoming summer. Will Miles, Managing Director of Visit Isle of Wight, added, "We're very glad that Channel 5's Isle of Wight Jewel of the South is being extended by 2 episodes due to its popularity. We have seen spikes in users on the Visit Isle of Wight website when the show is broadcast, and some businesses are reporting increased interest too. There are so many fantastic stories here, coupled with incredible scenery and the hard-working business. It has been a remarkable advert for the island we all love." Next Thursday's episode 5 includes stories featuring God's Hill Model Village, where Stuart and Pemmy Dyer are getting ready for the first tourists at Easter.
Illegal fly posting quickly moved, by Carol Dennett. Environmental health officers moved quickly when advertising material was illegally posted around Newport and other towns on the island yesterday, Thursday. The posters were distributed around the towns to promote a boxing event at Medina Theatre and a circus at Seaclose Park, but many did not have the permission of the owners of the buildings, so were put up illegally, a practice known as fly posting. The Isle of Wight Observer contacted Medina Theatre to find out who was behind the fly posting, and they quickly contacted Environmental Health, who, within a couple of hours, were out and about removing the material. Often the posters are displayed in empty buildings, with the team sliding a number of posters down in the gaps above doors without the permission of the owners. However, this week they were also stapling posters to buildings, which could cause damage to woodwork or paint finishes. James Hang, the owner of Hong Kong Express in Newport, where posters were illegally fly posted on the restaurant's notice board, said, "Nobody asked my permission to do this. It just makes the whole town look tatty when we are all trying to smarten Newport up." Another business owner, who did not want to be named, agreed. He said, "This just keeps happening. They have used tape in the past, and I have had to get my windows cleaned as it leaves a nasty, sticky residue. But this time they have used a staple gun, which damages paintwork. It's good to see the Isle of Wight Council taking this seriously, as it just makes the whole town look cheap and run down." Councillor Julie Jones-Evans, who represents Central Newport and owns a shop in Node Hill, said, "These people are employed by mainland firms who obviously have no care about our local businesses or public spaces. Shaping Newport is working hard to improve our town centre and how people feel about it. Fly posting undermines those efforts. This is vandalism pure and simple. Medina Theatre have done the right thing by acting so quickly when they heard the report from the Isle of Wight Observer, and will reiterate to other mainland promoters that this is counterproductive and unacceptable. The boxing company promoters have dealt themselves a sucker punch." A council spokesman said, "If people see illegal fly posting around the island, they should report it to the Environmental Health Department by calling 823 000. This is also a criminal offence, so can also be reported to the police via Crime Stoppers on 0800 555 111 or via their website crimestoppersuk.org.
Historic England unhappy with plans for East Dean. Major plans to change a former wedding venue and children's activity centre, East Dean, into a boutique well-being retreat have been slammed by a heritage body. Historic England says it has the potential to cause serious harm and has now made the Bonchurch pleasure grounds, developed in the 1830s and described as integral and remarkably intact, as well as the parks and gardens, Grade 2 listed. The 1824 built house itself is Grade 2 listed, Grade 2 star listed. The plans would see the removal of old built-in bookshelves and the library's fireplace to create an ensuite bathroom, and Historic England feared this internal work has the potential to cause low-level harm. It says planning documents downplay the impact of the proposals and has joined those objecting to Wonder Wellbeing's scheme to turn the Tudor Gothic-style house into a 20-bed hotel. There is a proposed swimming pool and spa, which Historically England also objects to, and its letter says damage has already been caused to the grounds due to neglect, as well as the earlier addition of an inappropriate concrete slab and play equipment, not added by the current owner. The gym pavilion and 16 holiday eco lodges in the grounds are also planned. Historic England commented that the tranquil and meandering woodlands would be spoiled by the construction of the proposed lodges, which would be highly visible from the coastal footpath. In a letter to the Isle of Wight Council, Historic England said it could not see how that could happen without almost completely destroying the significance of the landscape, therefore causing substantial harm. However, it welcomed proposals to find a new use for East Dean, parts of which have been neglected in recent years, to ensure the future of the estate as a whole. It said it was keen to talk with the owners to find a suitable scheme. Comments on the application have closed, but you can view the plans on the Isle of Wight Council's website.
PM's Funding Pledge by Louise Hill. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has said the Isle of Wight's cash-strapped council will get a 10% increase in its funding in the next year. The leader of the Isle of Wight Council has reacted, saying she is unsure whether that will represent new money, but stressed that she knows the island needs more. This week's development came after figures revealed 93 million has been cut from the authority's budget in the last 12 years. The matter was raised in the House of Commons at Prime Minister's Questions by Ireland MP Bob Seely. He said a 50-year-old funding injustice needed to be overcome, as the island was the only sizable island in the UK which did not receive a funding uplift to support local government services. Mr Sunak confirmed the uplift in funding for the council and said that he would ensure Mr Seely meets with the local government minister Lee Rowley. Councillor Laura Peaky Wilcox, Isle of Wight Council leader, said that a rescheduled meeting will now take place next week to speak with the local government minister and civil servants. A formal assessment of the island's funding needs has also been agreed. An additional $1 million was given to the island last year to recognise the unique challenges islanders face, and another £1 million has been announced for the next financial year.
Pub crackdown on misuse of car park. A popular pub situated close to the Isle of Wight ferry has said it has been left with no choice but to introduce a new automatic number plate recognition ANPR system because of people consistently misusing its car park. The Fishbourne, based near the Whitelink terminal, said Vehicles are often left in its car park for the day or even a week while people travel off the island. The pub said those who arrive early for the boat also regularly use the car park as a waiting area. As it only has capacity for about 30 vehicles, the pub says it is a serious problem which has cost it thousands of pounds over the years. To prevent it from happening, the pub hired an external company to install a 20-foot camera which picks up the license plates of vehicles arriving. Customers using the car park must enter their vehicle registration on a touchpad inside the building. Failure to do so could result in a fine of up to £100. Phil Gilbraith, Group General Manager at the Inns of Distinction, which runs the pub, says, "What we hope is it makes things better for our guests, in that they always have a parking space, as it should be. We are not in this to make any money from it at all. We receive zero income from parking fines that may be applied. That is down to the administrative company." A couple who dined at the pub told the county press they received a fine after being caught out by the new system. They claim staff did not tell them and signage was not clear. They have appealed and managed to get the fine down from £100 to £20, but help from the pub had not been forthcoming, they said. Mr. Galbraith insists the pub has offered assistance in appealing, but it cannot influence the process, as fines are issued by the external company. He said, "There are at least 7 signs in the car park, as well as 2 inside the building, and that all staff are trained to tell customers."
Church advised to stop removing memorials by Oliver Dyer. A church in Brading labelled, quote, "unholy," unquote, for bagging and binning sentimental items left by grieving families on graves has been advised to stop the, quote, "insensitive," unquote, practice. Since last week's County Press front page exclusive, at least 3 more families have come forward to say they too have had memorials removed without any notice. Apologising once again, the Diocese of Portsmouth, which oversees St Mary the Virgin, said it is the church itself which has adapted national guidelines. The result has seen memorials cleared away twice yearly and items placed in bin bags for collection without warning. However, the diocese stopped short of saying items can now stay on graves. It said relatives wanting to leave them should apply for an exemption. The diocese said it has made recommendations to the parochial church council, which governs the church. A spokesman for the parochial church council said it, quote, "deeply regrets," unquote, any pain caused to families. A statement said, "We have a duty of care to both the historic church and graveyard and have to consider everyone's wishes. We are also bound by national regulations. We hope to be able to work constructively with the parties concerned." One family told the county press they had thought it was the work of vandals, and they said they were, quote, "shocked," unquote, to hear it was the church. Their grandmother's grave, which has only been there for a few months, has been, quote, "desecrated," unquote, they said, with a small wreath, potted flowers and sentimental ornaments removed. A sign states there is a 13-month grace period for new graves. The diocese said it implements no such rules and has asked the church to change the sign. Another family said artificial flowers placed on their mother-in-law's grave have been going missing regularly since June 2022. A spokesperson for the diocese said, "We are sorry this has happened and have apologised to those families who have contacted us after discovering items left on graves had been cleared away in this insensitive way."
Rare shark is beheaded. An extremely rare shark that swam in the sea off the Isle of Wight's coast was beheaded after it died and washed up on a Hampshire beach. The fish, confirmed as a small tooth sand tiger, was initially found on Friday evening swimming on Leap Beach, where it became stuck. Despite rescue attempts, it was found dead on the same beach just hours later. Dan Snow, creative director of the History Channel History Hit, was one of the people that helped recover what remained of the fish. He was alerted to the shark being on the beach while he was in London on Saturday afternoon. After getting a text from a biologist friend saying it was once-in-a-lifetime find, the 44-year-old rushed down to Hampshire. He found the carcass with its head, tail, fins cut off. Snow and some other people managed to recover the rest of the body of the shark and stored the shark in a cold facility. He's now asking for the head to be returned so that scientists can study it. The remains were picked up on Tuesday by a team from the Zoological Society of London.
Bollards on pavement by Laurie Little. A pavement that has served a main road for decades has been deemed unsuitable for pedestrians and filled with bollards. The section of Ocean View Road, opposite Ventnor Industrial Estate, is now impassable for wheelchair users or people pushing prams. Island Roads has said pedestrians should now use a parallel pavement which runs alongside, but is set a few feet lower and involves navigating a slope. A local mum who lives up the road and walks her children to school along the pavement each day said, "We used to cross the road where the bollards had been put because it was the safest place to cross what is a busy road. Now we cannot cross there because the bollards mean I can't go that way with the pushchair. I have also seen school children walking along there, and the bollards mean that they were walking closer to the cars going past." The route is used by many children walking from Ventnor up to the schools in Upper Ventnor. The county press asked Island Roads what the reason behind the bollards was. A spokesperson said, "Island Road's priority is to maintain the safest possible road and footway network. In doing this, we have to consider many factors and the needs of all road users, whether in vehicles or on foot. Following a detailed assessment last year, additional measures were agreed with the Isle of Wight Council to ensure this location met modern safety requirements in terms of preventing vehicles leaving the carriageway. While the new bollards address this safety need, the work clearly means that the narrow section of highway on which they now stand, and where people may have previously walked, should not be used by pedestrians, particularly those with prams. In looking at the best safety solution, it was felt this section of highway was unsuitable for pedestrians, as it is less than the minimum width recommended for footways, just 70 centimetres at its narrowest. In addition, there is also a wider footway immediately adjacent, which can be used by pedestrians as a safer and convenient alternative.
War veteran marks 100th birthday. A well-known Isle of Wight woman celebrated her 100th birthday last week with a special presentation ceremony at the Yarmouth Harbour office. Sydney Attrill, the wife of the late long-serving Yarmouth Harbour Master Charles, was presented with a birthday card from King Charles III by the island's Lord Lieutenant Susie Sheldon as part of her special day. Charles was born in the town with his family going back several generations. He was the boatman at the Royal Solent Yacht Club before becoming harbour master in 1958 until his retirement in 1982. Sidney served with the Wrens during the Second World War, where she worked as a typist based at Leon Solent. She's thought to be the last surviving person in Yarmouth who served during the war. The presentation was organised by Chris Waddington and hosted by the current harbour master, Tim Adams. Among those who attended Sidney's special day were Kay Marriott, the island's High Sheriff, and John Caldecott, who was awarded a CBE in the New Year's Honours. Sidney's birthday cake was created by Grace's Bakery.
Housing plans at hospital site. More houses could be built at the former Whitecroft Hospital site on the outskirts of Newport. Plans are proposed for one of the few areas left at the site that has not yet been developed. Southern Property Development, based in Dorset, is seeking permission from the Isle of Wight Council for 10 four-bed houses in a revised housing plan. However, questions about the cost of delivery have been causing delays. The pre-approved plans are for split-level dwellings with rooms spread over 3 floors. They would also have a balcony and large windows. However, in planning documents submitted to the Isle of Wight Council, Andrew White Planning Consultancy says it will cost too much to build to the existing design. There was little confidence they could be sold at an appropriate price, the agent said. Instead, the new proposals are for smaller and simpler houses, with red multi-brickwork and chimneys to match other houses. The application number 22/02272/FUL can be viewed by visiting the Isle of Wight Council's planning portal. Comments on the plans can be submitted until April 25th. Permission has already been granted for 122 houses, either newly built or in converted existing buildings.
Look what's in store for Ryde's Apley Tower. Volunteers are wanted as new plans for Apley Tower move forward. As previously reported, its future has been secured thanks to a Heritage Lottery grant. Natural Enterprise, working in partnership with 2 island councils, secured the funding to restore the historic Ryde Seafront Tower to its former glory. On Wednesday, March the 15th, a ceremony was held to celebrate the project, attended by representatives from Natural Enterprise, Isle of Wight Council and Ryde Town Council, and Oakfield Primary School pupils. Once the renovations are complete, visitors will be able to take advantage of the amazing views from the top, as well as join activities run by Moncton Arts, who will manage the tower. Brian Friend, Natural Enterprise chairman, said, as well as the planned structural repairs to the tower and the creation of 4 new beach huts for short-term hire, there will be an opportunity for people to get involved with the research into its heritage. If you are interested in being trained as a volunteer researcher looking into the history of Apley Tower, the Hutt family and the Solent, email racael.ardley@naturalenterprise.co.uk. Apley Tower is expected to be open to the public once more in summer 2024.
Poverty can be removed by actions of humans, by Louise Hill. The Isle of Wight Council has reaffirmed its commitment to reducing child poverty on the island. Councillor Michael Lilly called on County Hall colleagues to commit to developing a strategy to address the issue. after a 63% increase in the number of children eligible for free school meals here over the last 4 years, a marker used to gauge child poverty. Councillor Lilly first raised the matter in January 2019 and brought it back for further debate on Wednesday, asking the authority to set specific targets and outcomes to reduce child poverty by 2028. He said nearly a third of Ireland children are living in poverty, 10% up from previous estimates, and it was not acceptable. Councillor Lilly said it was totally unacceptable for children to go to sleep at night hungry and to not have the same opportunities as others. He said the authority had to make this a priority. He said there were pockets of innovation and good practice on the island, but the authority had to accelerate initiatives. Quoting Nelson Mandela, Councillor Lilly said poverty was man-made. Councillors unanimously supported the motion and wanted to see it discussed at a Children's Services, Education and Skills Policy Committee. Cabinet Member for Children's Services, Councillor Debbie Andre, assured members they were talking about the challenges. Questions were raised over why nothing has been done since the issue was first raised 4 years ago. Councillor Richard Quigley said the council cannot rely on the kindness of others to solve this issue, and without a concerted effort from the authority, nothing would change. Speaking from personal experience, Councillor Andrew Garrett said living in child poverty is a grinding and miserable experience, but called for the council's executive to bring forward the strategy as soon as possible.
Volunteers are needed for the RNLI. Have you got what it takes to join Yarmouth RNLI lifeboat station's crew? The team is looking for new volunteers to play a key role in launching the boat. In 2022, incident volunteers launched, including assisting yachts in difficulty, coming to the aid of people who have fallen on shore, and supporting 4 rescues as part of the Round the Island race. In 2021, Yarmouth's 7-class lifeboat, the largest lifeboat in the RNLI fleet, and capable of tackling the very worst of sea conditions, launched 29 times and aided 22 people. Yarmouth's crew raced to the rescue of a dismasted yacht and also one that had lost its rudder. Volunteer at Yarmouth have received 17 awards for gallantry during the station's long history, covering the western end of the Solent. Now the RNLI is looking to recruit new Deputy Launch Authorities, DLAS, at the station. The DLA volunteer role assists the Lifeboat Operation Manager, LOM, in helping carry out the day-to-day management of the station and also authorise the launch of the lifeboats. They are also expected to provide leadership in the absence of the LOM and ensure the lifeboat and all equipment is kept in constant state of readiness. Max Gilligan is a Deputy Launch Authority at Selsey Lifeboat Station on the mainland. He says the role is a great way of being involved in the operational side of the station. It comes with a lot of responsibilities, including taking the initial call from HM Coast Guard about an incident they may have ongoing and agreeing the launch of the lifeboat, he said. As the Deputy Duty Launch Authority, you get involved in all station matters, from exercises to roller shutter doors failing to open. Volunteers who join the RNLI receive training both on station and at the RNLI's purpose-built headquarters in Poole. Maritime experience is an advantage on both roles, but more important is experiencing managing people and bringing the best out of them.
Donkey Sanctuary Mass Yoga by a County Press reporter. Never mind downward dog, downward donkey was the order of the day at a charity yoga session at the Isle of Wight Donkey Sanctuary. Almost £1,400 was raised on Saturday, March the 11th, for the sanctuary's £500,000 appeal for an equine clinic to treat sick donkeys and horses. Emma McGillivray of Ems Yoga led around 50 women, many wearing donkey ears, in the hour-long session at the sanctuary's new barn. Maureen Hughes organised the event through her social group Gal Pals. She said, "It was great and we raised a good amount of money. It was lovely to hear the donkeys and see them watching us. They really seem to love Emma's Zen music. This is a cause close to my heart, as it is one of my happy places." New CEO of the sanctuary, Sue McCall, spoke to the group, while Andrew and the kitchen team prepared a buffet. Maureen said, "I would like to thank Derek, the former CEO, Sue, the new CEO, Pippa, Andrew, and the kitchen team at the sanctuary. Also Maria, Mandy, Pauline, the two Pams and Kate, as well as everyone who supported the event. We hope to be back next year bigger and better."
Your unused bike could help save lives in Africa. Do you have an unwanted and unused adult bike sitting in your garage? Why not donate it at Gift to Nature, who can help arrange for it to be shipped to Africa, where it can be used to make education, work and healthcare more accessible. Sue Bailey, who coordinates the collection of unwanted bikes on the Isle of Wight, said, "It doesn't matter if it's a little rusty or has flat tyres. As long as it's not totally sized up, we can use it." However, unfortunately, the charity cannot take dual suspension bikes nor children's bikes. Suitable bikes are taken to National Charity Recycle headquarters in Colchester before being shipped to one of 4 countries in Africa. You can drop your bike off between 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. next Sunday, April the 2nd, at Gift to Nature Shide Meadow Centre in Newport, behind National Tyres.
You can spend 20p in Sandown's new loos. Sandown Town Council's new public toilet and shower block was officially opened yesterday, Thursday, by the town's mayor, Paddy Lightfoot, representatives of Sandown Sprint, Lisa Holyhead, CEO of Sight for Wight, and local town councillors. The new amenity, costing over £200,000, includes an accessible cubicle with family-friendly features, 3 other gender-neutral units, and a COVID-safe contactless payment system with an initial 20p charge for users. Paddy Lightfoot said, "We have worked to ensure the amenity is open in time for the Sandown Sprint and Easter, and have tried to reflect the priorities residents have highlighted in public consultations, including shower facilities in the summer." Lisa Holyhead added, "This state-of-the-art facility will benefit residents and tourists to Sandown, with Sight for Wight donating an interpretation plaque to improve accessibility. We look forward to extending the number of facilities covered, as well as working on other projects." The project includes installation of fencing, an eco-friendly roof covering, and a representation of the seaside scene chosen by local residents. Tim Addison from the Sandown Sprint concluded, "We'd like to thank Sandown Council for their ongoing support. This new amenity benefits events like ours, as well as residents and visitors to the town."
More delay for penny feathers. After almost 2.5 hours of discussion in the council chamber tonight, a decision has still not been reached on the controversial Penny Feathers housing application in Ryde. A decision about the access, appearance, landscaping, layout and scale of the major 904 home development was due to be made by the Isle of Wight Council's Planning Committee. Members of the Planning Committee said they still had questions to ask about the development, but ran out of time as the meeting could go no longer than 4 hours and other planning applications had already been discussed. The Planning Committee will meet again at a date to be decided, but before the next scheduled meeting in April. It has been more than 7 years since the plans were first posted to the Isle of Wight Council.
And now for Wight memories and nostalgia. Remembering Crisco, the island's very own Tommy Cooper by David White. Christopher Cox was often hailed as the Isle of Wight's answer to Tommy Cooper. With his hound dog look and hilarious magical tricks, he would have his audiences in fits of laughter. Crisco, as was his stage name, entertained not only locally but worldwide, his amusing on-stage antics overcoming all language barriers. Having retired his wand and hectic stage career, he now lives a more relaxed life. His professional career spanned many years and started when he was just 8, performing at Saturday morning children's cinema clubs in the 1950s, earning the then impressive sum of £4. Magic was in the family, as his father was also a professional magician. By the time Crisco had turned 16, the incredible Christopher, as he was then billed, was making headlines. During his time as a performer, he became renowned, not only for his hilarious stage act, but also for his amusing and bizarre life away from the stage. It is often said his stories could fill a book. As a freelance photographer, one of my Fleet Street clients was the News of the World, and I would often cover outrageous and amusing stories involving Crisco, as he eventually became known. I will recount just a few examples of his amazing and eccentric life. Performing to a packed-out audience in Blackpool, unbeknown to him, Mary Whitehouse, the moral decency activist, was in the audience. When he performed a risque trick involving a female volunteer from the audience and some sausages, Mrs. Whitehouse stood up and denounced him, suggesting the rest of the audience do the same. But the packed house stayed put, waiting to see the rest of the act. Later, Mrs. Whitehouse vowed to finish his career on stage by denouncing indecency during his act.
This did not turn out as was expected, as following her public condemnation, Crisco's phone did not stop ringing with so many bookings coming in. Mrs. Whitehouse also told him she had informed the police of his immoral stage act. It was some weeks later, when he was in his dressing room following a show, that the police called on him. An inspector and a sergeant announced they had come to book him. Images of a court appearance flashed through Chris's mind, but to his amazement his notoriety had given him the idea to book him for none other than the annual police Christmas show. Next I turned to the story of his performance in what was then Communist East Germany. When payment time came around, he was told he could only be paid with goods and not Russian money. The only options were 2 ill-fitted suits, and in order to make up the rest of his fee, a very large box containing hundreds of ping-pong balls. What made matters worse was going through the customs and having the box split. Needless to say, there were some very irate customs officials. Here I have space to mention just a couple of stories. Crisco had the most unbelievable career working with countless top names in dozens of locations across the world, including in Las Vegas, competing to win the award for being the 5th best magical entertainer in the world. But while home on the island, he quietly spent some of his valuable time helping vulnerable people and campaigning to save historical buildings. Crisco truly is the island's much-loved answer to Tommy Cooper.
A fascinating look at an island post office diary from over 100 years ago by Liam Chorley. Until the 1990s, Cowes Head Post Office occupied the grand building in the High Street at the bottom of Market Hill. From here, all the town's mail was sorted and delivered. A large and meticulous sorting office diary was kept. The one covering the years 1919 to 1975 has survived, thanks to Peter Parslow, Cowes Head postman, who had the foresight to save it from the waste bin. It gives a glimpse into a life gone by, a gentle, polite era when life was lived at a slower pace, and when no event was too insignificant to find a place in the diary. We start with an odd entry in 1919. It reads, October 9th, 8 p.m, Royal Yacht Squadron private bag examined by overseer and found to contain letter to the secretary, date stamped September 30th. The attention of the squadron messenger was called to the matter the following morning, and he admitted he knew the letter was in the bag. On November the 2nd, 1923, at 9 a.m, Mr. Hutchings reported by telephone from Gurnard that his cycle was punctured. 3 days later he was in the diary again. November 5th, 1923, Mr. Hutchings, with letterbox collection due at 11:50 a.m, arrived at 12:18 p.m. Mr. Hutchings' only reply to the overseer's observations was a free use of bad language and a threat of suicide. The threat was an empty one. Mr. Hutchings made another appearance that day. 7:15 p.m, 2 letters addressed to Miss Cole, Castle Rock, and Madame Charnow, Surrey House, were found in Mr. Hutchings' collecting bag. He should have delivered these items at 4:15 p.m. Mr. Hutchings' work was now obviously under the microscope. November 6, 1923, 7:15 p.m, a letter addressed to Miss Dawson, Shamrock, Place Road, was found in Mr. Hutchings' bag. He should have delivered it at 4:15 p.m. On November 17th, Mr. Hutchings reported his cycle had broken down, and on December 10th at 9 a.m, it read, Mr. Hutchings telephoned from Gurnard that owing to a puncture he would be late with the letterbox collection. In June 1924 there was dog trouble. Mr. Smart reported being bitten by a dog at Northlands. He had torn his trousers and made a skin wound on the leg. Instructed to obtain ointment at a chemist, and this was accordingly done.
If it wasn't dogs, it was clocks causing problems. June the 27th, 1928, 9:48 a.m. Cowes to Newport bag dispatched at 9:33 a.m, but missed the 9:38 a.m. train. Railway station clock 3.5 minutes fast, confirmed by Greenwich time signal at 10 a.m. When train was signalled out by station master, guard was heard to remark that according to his watch the time was not up. Matters reported to railway company. October the 14th, 1926, parcel containing blackberries addressed to Mr. Waller, Manchester, stopped in transit on account of contents likely to cause damage to other parcels. Destruction of parcel authorised. A shocking discovery was made on March the 30th, 1930 at 6 p.m. A coin, 1 penny, found on facing table. July the 9th, 1930, 7 p.m, Mr. Hutchins reports that when clearing Bellevue Road box, Mrs. Hargreaves asks him to verify there was no letter held up in the box addressed to Lloyd's Bank. On thoroughly examining the box, Mr. Hutchins found the letter so addressed held up by the inside flap. July the 15th, 1931. Mr. Thomas reports that on Monday the 13th, on parcel delivery, he accidentally broke the glass of the door in trying to gain attention at Wellesley Villa, Mill Hill Road. August the 4th, 1932, 11 a.m. Parcel addressed to yacht Maid Marian, Marlin's Yard cows, containing fish, destroyed on account of offensive smell. 1940 saw the start of German bombing raids on cows. March 28, 1944, 6:07 p.m. Heavy gunfire, sorting office abandoned for shelter until all cleared at 6:14. June the 29th, 1944, 5:18 p.m. Gunfire, counter and sorting office evacuated. All clear, 5:25 p.m. September the 1st, 1944. More smelly post. Parcel containing brace of grouse in very bad state of decay. Most offensive smell and alive with maggots. No address or address of sender. Parcel destroyed. In the summer of 1945, someone posted a firework. Unfortunately, it was a light when it was posted. June the 12th, 9 a.m. Collection from number 15 letterbox, including 8 items addressed to World Stores Limited, Henley-on-Thames, damaged by firework found in the box. It wasn't always children doing the damage, sometimes it was the staff. September the 25th, 1953. Reported from Ryde at 5:15 a.m. Cow's bag accidentally dropped overboard. Contents rebagged at once, but 107 items damaged by seawater. Hats off to Peter Parslow for saving this quirky bit of cow's history from the waste bin.
My View by Catherine James. Why not free transport for all? This winter, the government introduced a price cap of £2 on single bus fares to help with its cost of living crisis. At standard rates, a youngster's first hour's wage would only just cover the price of their daily return bus commute, so this support is welcome. The scheme expires at the end of June 2023, so chop chop to the nearest Southern Vectis bus if you want to save a subsidised journey. Never mind a temporary £2 ticket though, many of you are already taken for a free ride under the English National Concessionary Bus Fare Scheme. So, having established the principle that some are bestowed with permanent free bus travel, then why not everyone? I've been robustly informed that free public transport for all won't work for 2 reasons. Firstly, there are not enough routes/frequent buses to serve the nation's boondocks, and how will the bus companies make money? We humans created the systems with which we navigate our lives, religion, politics, capitalism, and we can unmake them at the click of our fingers if we choose to, just as the Thatcher government clicked its fingers in the 1980s, enabling the deregulation of England's buses. The effect of this was to have increased commercial competition for popular, mostly urban, journeys. So far so good for both users and shareholders. The flip side was the rapid withering of vital rural services, which up till then had been supported by the income from the profitable routes plus subsidies.
Grubbed up bus stops along with requisite including car usage understandingly led to a decline in bus patronage. Yet if we wish to, we could click our magic fingers and rebuild the bus and train networks. The finance is there, so perhaps it is simply a matter of changing political mindset. Maybe public transport is seen as loss-making because it charges for trips. If you take money out of the equation by making buses free, and remember we've already established this principle with concessionary bus passes which subsidise journey for swathes of the population, suddenly services can't lose money. Buses and other public transport simply costs money, the same as roads, defence and other favoured budgetary money pits. In Luxembourg, trams, trains and buses are free to use. Locals have been able to travel without charge in Estonia's capital Tallinn since 2013. Early last year, Scotland implemented free bus travel for anyone under 22 years old. Whether free public transport can truly work in rural areas is open to debate, but it used to. In order to reduce car dependency, for reasons you all know about, even you at the back in the tinfoil hat, we need to have a robust, reliable and attractive alternative. It must be not only at least as convenient as our private cars, but cheaper, nay, free. Hey, we could even reinstate the island's railways if we were truly committed to a sustainable future. Do you want a gravy train for shareholders or free road for all?
Success shouldn't be measured in profits. There follows a letter sent by Whitelink Users Group to the directors and shareholders of Basalt Infrastructure Partners and Colliers Investment Management UK Holdings. Those of us that live on the Isle of Wight are very aware of the unique social and economic issues that come with being on an island. Varbs reports, quote, the GDP value of Isle of Wight represents 0.2% of the English economy. Isle of Wight is the 53rd unitary authority in England, 59, when ordered by GDP, and the 50th unitary authority in England, of 59, when ordered by GDP per capita. Jobs on the Isle of Wight represents of the 30,055,000 reported jobs in England. Isle of Wight is the 53rd unitary authority in England, 59, when ordered by total jobs, and the 47th unitary authority in England, 59, when ordered by job density. Isle of Wight's unemployment rate of 7.5% is 3.6% higher than the unemployment rate for England, 3.9%. A small but significant snapshot of how the island very much needs support. There are unique social and economic issues that affect all aspects of our lives and negatively impact our equality of opportunity and productivity. It is no wonder then that we look at the barriers to economic growth we are faced with and conclude that one of the major ones are the ferry companies that we so heavily rely upon. Commuting, imports and exports, tourism, health, education, leisure, all rely upon the regular, cost-effective and reliable provision of transport. This transport is provided entirely by private companies, the biggest of which is your company, i.e. Whitelink. Whitelink has a long chain of ownership, concluding with Colliers Investment Management UK Holdings and Basalt Infrastructure Partners. We see the directors and shareholders are paid exceptional salaries and above average dividends. We see the huge debt the company has is paying interest at well above LIBOR. We see no tax is paid in the UK and no dues are paid directly by Whitelink to the Isle of Wight Council. It is not unreasonable of us to conclude that the Isle of Wight is being heavily exploited at the expense of the economy and residents. On the island, Whitelink is viewed, to put it mildly, unfavourably. So many people are unhappy with the service provided. It is only in business to extract maximum profit at every opportunity from a captive customer base. Our group started as a fledgling idea in November 2022. It now has over 1,200 people and is growing steadily as the word spreads about our simple aim, better services for Whitelink users. We note your corporate KPIs emphasise your positive impact on the local community, yet this is not reflected in our experience or in actions of the company on the ground. Your directors' and shareholders' decisions impact the population of a whole county. We ask that you look at measuring the, quote, success, unquote, of your company in terms other than just profit and bonuses.
And now some of the things, what's on. And starting with the Medina Theatre, if you're interested, you can watch wrestling on Saturday the 8th of April at 7 p.m. with tickets £17 to £14. Wrestling in the Medina Theatre. Also in the Medina, Made in Tennessee. It's obviously country musicians, and that will be on Saturday the 15th of April at 7:30 with tickets costing £26. Another one is Dreamcoat Stars. Again at the Medina, the tickets cost £26. It's on the 28th of April, 7:30 p.m, and it says, go, 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 get your tickets now. And there are things like Jesus Christ Superstar, Wicked Phantom of the Opera, and various other musical things. And then Pista Panto Aladdin, Saturday, April the 29th at 8 p.m. Tickets cost £25. And it is supposed to be a pantomime, wonderful pantomime with mischief and so on. At other places, for example, there is the Sir Catherine's Church, Ventnor. The Tritone Singers are singing on Friday, March the 31st, which should be a good concert. The Springtime of Our Life is at 7:30 and tickets cost £10. Another one is at Mountbatten Hospice, a clarinet and brass bands at 7:30, £15. April concert. I can't find the date of it. I think it's the 6th of April.
Forthcoming events at Shanklin Theatre. Monday the 27th of March through to Wednesday the 29th of March at 6:30 p.m, a production called First Act. On Thursday the 30th of March at 7:30 p.m, the Ukrainian National Opera. Thursday the 6th of April to Sunday 9th of April, The Sound of Music. Saturday 15th of April, 7:30 p.m, the ELO Experience. Sunday 16th of April at 7:30 p.m, Michael starring Ben. Saturday the 22nd of April, 7:30 p.m, Lost in Music. The telephone number for the box office is 01983 868 000.
And the first letter that I'm reading you is from Bob Seeley, our MP. Thank you for publishing the letter on the 17th of March, rightly arguing for clean rivers and beaches, important for swimmers, for wildlife, and for our visitor economy, and indeed for all islanders. As a swimmer and an occasional sea swimmer, I hate the idea of a polluted sea. Water firms need to undergo a sea change in their behaviour, if you forgive the pun. Here are the facts on how we are cleaning up our rivers and beaches. First, the Conservative government brought in the groundbreaking Environmental Act last year, enforcing higher standards for water firms and nature protection. There's also a storm overflow policy specifically to deal with sewage overflow. Second, I persuaded Southern Water to prioritise the Isle of Wight as an example of national best practice. Their Pathfinder project is a multi-million-pound investment programme designed to significantly reduce sewage and storm overflows and improve the rivers, beaches and seas in and around the island. The investment is happening in big and small schemes, and there is more on the way. It is not going to happen overnight, but let me reassure people, it is happening. There are projects across the island, 13.5 million Sandown Waterworks, 2.5 million Knighton, 5 million Carisbrooke, over 7 million Cowes, Newport and Brading, over 1 million Ventnor, and 500,000 Totland, and more for other smaller sites. Community schemes will reduce driveway and road rainwater running off. There is a campaign to distribute slow-release water butts to households to help alleviate pressure on their water systems. A trial in Haven Street proved very successful. Before the trial, Haven Street pumping stations spilled 20 to 30 times a year. Since, Haven Street spills have significantly reduced, a very promising start. The Waterbutt scheme has now moved to Gurnard. Further work is expected in Fishbourne, Wootton, Yarmouth, Freshwater and East Cowes over the next 12 months. Third, I'm talking with Southern Water every fortnight to monitor progress. It is no longer acceptable to see sewage in the sea. It is this government that is forcing change. We have the most ambitious programme in the UK to deliver cleaner rivers and beaches, more than any government in our history has done. I look forward to working with community groups, councillors and Southern Water to make sure we improve our environment, all part of getting a better deal for the Isle of Wight.
A letter from Richard Quigley, Labour Councillor for Cowes North. At last some self-awareness and honesty from our MP Bob Seeley. His letter regarding the Isle of Wight ferry services is a long-winded way of him saying that since 2018 he has overseen the reduction in ferry services to their current level, whilst at the same time telling us what great work he has done, creating his very own Schrodinger's ferries. He is now, at last, admitting there is little or nothing that he can do whilst they remain privately owned. His government is psychopathically wedded to the free market, yet screech from the sidelines when that market delivers substandard services. On his point about the council, quote, asking for more power, unquote, if it is that simple, why has it taken him 5 years to suggest it as a possibility? 3.5 of those years with a Conservative council at the helm. Bob knows his government will never deliver on the needs of island residents. He's still nowhere near delivering the promised island deal and is busy readying his support for Boris Johnson in the hope it lets him off the hook for his lockdown barbecue breach. Private companies will always put profit and dividends ahead of islanders. The sensible solution would be to extend the return of rail franchises to government ownership to the ferry companies. That way we can insist on obligatory service levels, not just the minimum.
This is from V. Urquhart of Sandown. I became obsessed with pavements shortly after white fibre replaced paving stones at the bottom of Beachfield Road and upwards in Sandown. They were left in, frankly, a lethal state, as the heights of some of the slabs were as much as 3 centimetres, possibly more, above their neighbours. For anyone elderly, short-sighted or blind, this could have caused all kinds of injury. I did take photos for proof. I phoned Island Roads, who passed me on to White Fibre. I spoke to them 3 or 4 times, got nowhere, and spoke to someone I believe was a foreman who said, yes, he did know what a spirit level was when I asked him. My response was, then why isn't one used? I wasn't sure he understood, as I think English was not his first language. Periodically, someone with a yellow spray comes and squirts a blob or 2 on the pavement, and a small lorry comes with a little mound of ready-made tarmac on the back, and a small spoonful, an allocated 100 grams, gets put in a hole or crack. I also have a photo of a local example of this. Remember, we also have to negotiate badly lit, pitted roads too.
Isle of Wight votes carry less weight. A letter from Richard Harris, ex-Colkhead of Woking. The current issue of The Economist magazine has an article entitled Punching Above Their Weight, concerning malapportioned legislatures around the world. These are legislatures in which a given vote has a different weight depending on where in the country it is cast. Probably the most well-known example of this is the United States Senate, with equal representation for each of the 50 states. Hence, a vote for a senator in Wyoming has 55 times the weight of the equivalent vote in California. In the same article was a graphic showing the equivalent malapportioning for the British Parliament, in which the 2 end members were the Isle of Wight and the Western Isles of Scotland. This shows a vote for an MP in the Western Isles has over 5 times the weight of an Isle of Wight vote. The same graphic implies that even when the island is, as proposed, split into 2 parliamentary constituencies, a vote on the island will still have less weight than the average to the British Parliament, and less than half the weight of a vote in the Western Isles. I'm surprised this disparity is not more widely debated.
Well, with that, I must say goodbye to you. Goodbye from Imelda, and have a lovely weekend.
And it's goodbye from John, and hope you have a lovely weekend. The BBC In Touch programme follows. There is no scaffolding news this week.
Good evening. Later tonight...
Where is the karaoke session happening?
Envision is answering your question. The karaoke session is taking place in Platinum 6 from 7:00.
You'll be glad to hear you'll be spared the karaoke session, but we will be reporting from California on the world's biggest display of the latest technology for visually impaired people. But first, an alarming report on why the numbers of those visually impaired people are rising faster than they should be in the UK. Even before COVID, we were hearing anecdotal reports of delays in patients receiving the eye treatment they needed to control their sight loss. Now, in response to a Freedom of Information request, there are figures to back up these suspicions. Clinicians have reported that more than 200 people have lost significant amounts of vision due to treatment delays since 2019, with hundreds more unreported cases suspected. In England alone, there are over 600,000 people waiting for eye appointments, almost 30,000 of those who've been waiting for a year or more. Pam Percival-Maxwell is worried that repeated delays to her treatment means she might lose her sight entirely. Pam, just explain your situation to us.
I have age-related macular degeneration. In my right eye, it's dry macula, for which there is no treatment. And over the course of several years, I've lost the central vision in that eye. But in 2021, in October, having had a rapid deterioration in my left eyesight, and I was diagnosed with wet AMD, for which there is treatment, regular injections. Unfortunately, over the course of the last 18 months, there have been several times when I have not had my injection in a timely manner. And in fact, last summer, I waited over 12 weeks instead of the 6-week appointment, and my sight had deteriorated at that point.
And I think even in the last 2 weeks, you were supposed to have treatment. What were you told?
I was supposed to have another appointment at 6 weeks on the 9th of March, and when I rang up to query where the appointment was, I was told there was a 5-week delay.
And what have you been told about the significance of you getting this regular treatment for your wet AMD?
It was impressed on me from day one that I must be available for these treatments if I was to protect the sight that I have left. My big worry, Peter, is when I go to bed at night, am I still going to have reasonable sight when I wake up in the morning?
Pam, thank you very much indeed. Andrew Batty is also joining us. He's also been diagnosed with wet age-related macular degeneration. Andrew's worked as a professional artist, and so maintaining his level of sight has a direct bearing on his profound passion for painting. Andrew, again, just explain your situation to us.
It was the optician that found my wet macular degeneration. That was in February 22. I just got some new glasses, actually, and I thought there was something wrong with them. So I took them back and he rechecked my eyes, and I noticed some distortion on the chart. So he did confirm that it was wet macular degeneration and referred me to the hospital. They saw me within a few days, but it was 3 weeks before I got my first injection. And in that 3 weeks, I had a massive deterioration in my sight in my left eye. My first 3 treatments, when I did start them, I did get them at 4 weekly intervals. Then they said they'd try me at 6 weeks, but couldn't fit me in for just over 9 weeks, actually. It deteriorated quite a lot by then again.
Andrew, thanks very much indeed. Farah Topia is an optometrist and clinical advisor to the Association of Optometrists. The Freedom of Information request that brought these statistics to the fore came from their magazine Optometry Today. Farah, first of all, why do you think these things are happening? I mean, is it lack of staff? Is it lack of flexibility about how and where the treatment can be offered? What is it?
As an optometrist, you can have referred someone even months ago, and you kind of advise patients when you refer them, this is an urgent condition, you need to be seen within a couple of weeks, and patients are ringing up concerned because an appointment's come through, but it's not for another couple of months or so. I think it is purely a capacity issue for the NHS at the moment, and that they physically just don't have the slots to deal with the patients that they're seeing. Obviously everyone's still feeling the effects of COVID and kind of recovering from that.
Now, both Pam and Andrew have wet AMD, which is a very common form of sight loss, particularly amongst older people. What about other forms of visual impairment? Glaucoma, cataracts, many others that people are perhaps less familiar with the names of. What are you hearing or seeing yourself about those conditions?
So in practice, seeing quite a delay with regards to cataract. So for a lot of patients, we find that, they are waiting upwards of even a year sometimes. But I saw a patient last week who had been contacted 4 months after his referral, and he was advised that there's still another year to go in terms of the waiting list. While he's waiting for that appointment to come through, he doesn't feel comfortable driving. So it has, a very direct impact on your quality of life.
Now, of course, any form of sight loss caused by unnecessary delay is very important. But given the strains under which the NHS is working, maybe you might expect these figures, which are in the low hundreds, to be even worse. Is the sector really doing that badly?
I think even any number of people that are seen who have avoidable sight loss, if it's avoidable, that number really should be 0. There's over 600,000 people at the moment waiting for an ophthalmology appointment, and 70% of UK optometrists have seen a patient who's had a delay of treatment of more than 12 months. So we're seeing these patients back again for their routine sight tests, and they've still yet to have a referral actioned from when they were seen the year before.
We asked the Department of Health and Social Care for someone to appear on the programme tonight to discuss these figures. They told us none of their ministers were available. But in a statement, they did say that more staff for the ophthalmology service have started training in 2022 and 2023. They say thousands of patients are now being seen more quickly, and the number of 18-month waits have decreased by almost 2/3 since September 2021. And they also said their elective recovery plan aims to eradicate waits of longer than a year for NHS elective care by March 2025. What do you say to that?
Well, it's encouraging. Obviously, it's a step in the right direction.
2025 sounded quite a long time to wait for complete success.
It takes time, to train up people and to have systems in place. It does take time. With optometry, you have a workforce that is already skilled to deliver care. Patients are able, instead of having to go to the hospital, they can be seen in optometric practice, which is more local to them, more convenient. So I still think there is a lot that optometry can do in terms of being more involved with the care that ordinarily happens in hospitals, because we have the equipment, we have the knowledge, and we have, the capacity to help alleviate some of these waiting lists.
Let me bring in Kathy Yelf, who's been listening to this. She's Chief Executive of the Macular Society. Kathy, we heard there from Andrew and Pam. What are you hearing as an organisation from your members?
Very much the same thing, and it's heartbreaking, isn't it? We know with macular degeneration, for example, that if vision is good at the start of treatment and treatment is given promptly and in a timely way, then there's a good chance of people retaining good vision for many years. And there is no reason other than organisational reasons for people to lose this amount of vision. And we hear of it, I'm afraid, every day.
It's perhaps not surprising that optometrists think that optometrists could do a great deal to help with this problem. You see this all the way round. Is that the answer? Perhaps people could be given treatments in the high street, there could be a move away from hospitals to the community?
Ophthalmology is now the biggest outpatient specialty in the NHS. It's 10 million appointments a year. It is complicated because the licensing arrangements for these drugs mean that an ophthalmologist has to be in a supervising position when the injections are given, in case there is a rise in intraocular pressure within the eye, for example, which could damage the optic nerve and so on. So there are safety reasons that have to be considered. But at the moment, without a national approach to this, we are relying on individual health boards around the country to pilot or come up with their own schemes for doing this. And that will take literally years. And we'll finish up with a postcode lottery, which is what we have now. The big warning sign is that this is a double-edged sword, isn't it? But the very first treatment for dry macular degeneration has just been licensed in the US. And of course, we hope that it will be licensed in the UK as well. Now, that could potentially double the number of people who need injections because it's also given as an injection. Without somebody really gripping ophthalmology really firmly on a national basis, then the system will become even more overwhelmed than it currently is. And it's true, of course, it does take a long time to train ophthalmologists and optometrists for that matter as well. And we really do need a national approach to this. Otherwise, we will have chaos in the system.
And this is the National Eye Health Strategy that you're all calling for.
Yeah, so it's a similar situation to GPs and dentists, for example, where they are all external contractors to the NHS. And it's the same, if you like, with optometrists, that they work in commercial organisations, largely in the community, in the high street. And so contracts have to be developed with these professionals. It's got to be a commercial arrangement with them, as it is with GPs and dentists. And we need to have a national approach to this. Otherwise, we are leaving it to individual commissioners around the country, dozens of them, making local arrangements. And we don't think that that will either happen quickly enough or with sufficient level of sustainability or equality for patients across the country.
Kathy Yelf, Pharatopia, Andrew and Pam, thank you all very much indeed. I should also say the Department of Health and Social Care also told us they had appointed a clinical director for iCare to oversee the recovery and transformation of patient services. We did, in fact, interview Louisa Wickham, who has that job. Soon after she was appointed, we asked to speak to her again for this interview. She wasn't available. Now, if you want to know anything about what's new in technology for visually impaired people, the experts say there was only one place to be last week, the CSUN conference in Anaheim in California. Now, all the big players in tech are there, and so was Dave Williams, who was there representing the RNIB and indeed making a presentation himself, but also keeping an ear out for us on what's new and what's really likely to make a difference to blind and partially sighted consumers. So, Dave, welcome back. First of all, just how big is CSUN?
The California State University Conference on Technology and Disability is respected around the world. All the big tech companies are there, you know, your Sonys, your Apples, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and then, of course, lots of disability organisations as well. The conference is in its 38th year, and it's a real mix of presentations, exhibition hall, and then sort of concurrent meetings alongside that.
So what were the highlights for you?
The first would probably be navigation. We actually presented a paper about different indoor navigation solutions. So there are lots of technologies that are in development that will assist blind and partially sighted people when we go into a big indoor space. But what happens when you go into a shopping centre or a big hospital? Well, some of these companies are developing Bluetooth-based solutions. Some have got kind of things that use your camera on your phone.
When you say inside, are we talking about things so that you can actually identify individual places, like an individual shop or an individual office or whatever it is you're looking for?
Absolutely, yeah. If you go into a train station or an airport, and we've got a number of live trials at the moment, actually, in the UK at some of those places. And so this technology will tell you, you know, there's a staircase to your left or the lift seat to your right or the gents is straight ahead. So that's the idea, that when you arrive at a venue, you would open an app and then you could navigate around there independently, obviously relying on your core mobility skills of your cane or your guide dog. But then these technologies can augment that experience by giving you a bit of confidence about where you are. Maybe the biggest is AI. We're hearing a lot about this in the media at the moment, artificial intelligence. So what if you have a big document and you struggle to read that? Well, there is software available that will take a picture of the document and read it. We've had that for a while. What we've not had is the ability to ask questions about it.
What are the social events happening at the conference?
Envision is answering your question. There are several social events taking place at the conference, including 1. Kick-off happy hour on Monday, March 13 at Platinum Patio from 5:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. 2. Welcome reception on Tuesday, March 4th.
So we heard there Kartik from Envision demonstrating his smart glasses, and they've got this feature now. So you could take this picture of a document and ask questions. So it might be a restaurant menu, for example. You could ask, you know, what are the vegetarian options? And it would tell you. So really exciting potential there.
It's a long time to wait. That happy hour would have to be pretty good, I think, from
Well, yeah, that's a pretty early beta version, I think. And we hope that in practice, once these things are out to market, they'll be a little bit quicker.
They're not cheap either, are they, Dave?
That's right. So technology is becoming more affordable, but that doesn't make it cheap. There are, of course, lots of funding schemes available and grants and all of that. And people should definitely ask about that. But I think just, you know, it's that old thing of we are a small market, so we need to find solutions that benefit everybody. And I think that's the deal with, you know, that indoor navigation technology, that everybody has a problem that they go into a supermarket and they can't find, the cereal because it's been moved or whatever. If we can find a solution that benefits sighted people as well, then we're onto something.
Talking more about the sort of everyday things that people need help with, like flat screens on machines where you can't enter your PIN number, things like that. Did that crop up?
It did, yeah. There is actually a lot of work going on in that area. 2 companies at least promising accessible kiosk type solutions. So, the self-service checkout or some of the fast food places where you go in and are expected to order on a screen. But you're absolutely right. Not everybody can cope with that. And there are people for whom actually a specialist device is going to be the best option.
One final thing, Dave. You're good at technology. You've earned your living doing it. Next week, we're planning to debate whether it's easier now or tougher to be blind in the modern world. Now, I'm imagining you'd say it's easier because of all the technology. Do you understand, though, why some people might say it's tougher now for some reasons?
I do, yeah, absolutely. Lots of appliances now just have these kind of flat screens and, not just phones and tablets, but, your dishwasher or your washing machine. So I absolutely do get that. My first job, in fact, was training, and I understand that people need that human support as well. And some people find it very stressful and, anxiety inducing, and we shouldn't play that down. So I think there is a massive role for human support, for training and skills development and all of that. It's not just about the gadgets themselves.
Dave Williams, thank you very much indeed. And we'd like your views on this whole debate before we talk about it next week. And from all generations, of course, we understand that the younger you are, the less you've got to actually compare today's world with. But you can tell us what's good and what's bad for your generation, whether it's getting a job, maybe, meeting the costs of being blind, or maybe you are one of those who thinks that technology is making life better. You can email in touch at bbc.co.uk, leave your voice messages on 0161 836 1338, or you can go to our website for more information. That's bbc.co.uk/in touch. From me, Peter White, producer Beth Hemmings and studio manager Nat Stokes, goodbye.